Okay, hello everyone. I think we are live. Let me just check before we do anything. Okay, let's just... Nice. We are live. Okay, let's just update on Discord. How do you just do that? Shiz. Was this red record button? Red circle. That. Want to do... Okay. Nice. So yeah, just set up. We are going to start in starts in 5 minutes. Let's just set up some things first. Okay, I think, yeah. See OBS. That should be nice. I'm afraid always when streaming you're afraid about leaking something, and it's nice to set up things in advance. So yeah, okay, maybe not in 5 minutes, maybe in 2 minutes. 16:05. Let me just maybe disable some things here. Yeah, so today I want to try out setting up designing how for loops will need to be applied inside the node editor. So there's this, maybe we can just open Blender and see how they are doing this by... So they have like in the geometry, maybe I should have opened some prior open, oh, there's no recent here on this. Let me open up here Blender, because here, trousers. Okay, so let's see here, open recent, LLM3. There is this, in the Blender's node editor, there is this, there's this for loop here. There's like repeat. What's called the other node? It's called repeat again. So these for loops, there are two in this instance. There's this repeat node, which takes in number of iterations. Let's see how this works by default. So there's like repeat, right? It takes number of iterations. It takes index of the current iteration. Takes geometry. And then on top of this geometry, you can kind of query out some points or some things inside this geometry then copy this geometry over to the next iteration, and until these iterations are done, you are not going to continue to execution of the graph, you know. But Blender's graph has like this lazy execution where you can just provide different. I have the music too loud a little bit, so I'm just gonna. So there's this kind of in the Blender's node editor, there is this callback system. They call it some kind of lazy execution system where the values, these values here, depend and are based from other things. So like it's technically they depend, but it's not like the ordinary node editor where this is first executed than this. Oh, oops. It's more like this node asks this node for some things. So it's kind of different way of thinking inside here, but still we will need some kind of this repeat node. And the problem now, the first kind of challenge we need to tackle is how to design this thing inside our node editor, since the node editor itself does not have any idea of what node, of any node definition. So if I just open up our node editor, oh, I forgot that I need to build that, but okay, we'll wait. But while we wait, let's find up on the node factory. There is this basic node factory that the only thing this does is actually takes in a look at like a menu to get the proper node, right? If you want to create some node with some implementational ID, right? But here in this instance, it's not about the implementational. This node does not, the repeat node does not exist as some kind of kernel node, right? It's as some kind of functional node. It's not even. It's kind of an auxiliary node, but it's a node in itself, right? It's a totally different type of node. So maybe it's still a node. We'll still make it a node, probably, because it's the easier way to. It should be a node, but it should be a very different node. To handle all of this logic, we will need to go really step by step, because this is what is the best idea. So it's always going to be a renderable node, right? When you're going to render it, but it should also work as a node, as a non-renderable node as well, right? So the node base itself, the node definition of this node, of the repeat node, should contain a kind of different flag, about what this node is actually, right? And this node should be probably implemented in the node editor. The node editor should know about this kind of node, right? Because if we take into any other node, let's say select table string value node, the node editor has no idea about that this node actually exists, right? So it does not know anything about this node until a definition is provided. But here with the repeat nodes, we should probably be just designing these around it's like the notator should know about this node. It shouldn't be generalizable. Because what kind of repeat statements do we have, right? The question is, wait, I don't want to leak anything. The question is, we have in all of the languages, we have some kind of for statement and some kind of while statement, right? And for each, right? Let's say like that. So for each is probably the easiest to handle because we already have typed arrays. So it's going to be an easier handle, right? So for each is going to be an easier handle because there's no need for iteration tracking. While, on the other hand, has some kind of, you have to have some kind of constraint where okay, for also has some constraint, but we mean like we just mean that, right? But by for. So it's more like it's like more repeat, right? Repeat for n. This is for each like element, right? And then while there's some condition, right? So I think this is the easiest to handle, but of course this we want to handle as well, and possibly this, right? And if we have the while, right, it's possible to both of these. If we have, this is the easiest, right? Because we have like a typed array, and then we can iterate through this typed array and just proof of concept that this is possible, right? Then we go to the next one, and then we go to the next one. Okay. So other kind of, this is already making it, okay, while condition is making it practically, if we want to make something Turing complete, you would have to have while condition, right? You would have to have something like this. I'm not sure what actually makes and how it is actually proven that something is Turing complete, right? But it's essentially Turing complete is like you have some kind of rules, and then you have some tape, right? And then the tape is the memory. So if you can access memory consequently, and you have some kind of if statements, right? And you have some kind of while condition, then probably it's like Turing complete. I would guess something like that, because you're recreating a Turing machine. So probably if you can recreate a Turing machine, then you can do anything. So okay, so we're not going to go that far. We first want to handle maybe this for each. So a node for each should be designed as probably like an input should be a typed array or some kind of an array. But let's say we first handle a typed array, and an output. So there's like this for each node, and then there's like entangled with this node, it's kind of entangled another for each, but end node, right? And this output here is like an element, but you have no idea what kind of an element is this, right? Hey, what are you making? We are working on this notator. So I have this notator that I'm working on. Essentially, general purpose notator. I may want actually to like link the whole. Let me show you. I have like my master's degree explains about this kind of this notator, right? So you can find the master's degree here. Let me just, maybe I will just do and share the link on the description. So this here link, or maybe I need to actually kind of redistribute the master's degree somewhere else, because it would be easier to access. But wait, if I go here, yeah, you need to click Systemium, you know, like this kind of, nobody knows how to click this. But actually this master's degree is actually what we're now improving, and this is a general purpose notator for graph pipelines with just-in-time parallel execution. I have on my channel some other videos working on this editor, and here it like explains everything about the editor. It explains everything about how the editor works, some experiments, what kind of features we have, some applicational use cases for it, and all this explained in about 60 pages. So maybe what I don't know if it is possible. Let me copy Scheiße. I don't know if it is actually possible to redistribute this. So Scheiße. Yeah, I would think it is possible. Maybe I can add it on ResearchGate. Can I add it on ResearchGate? Is it possible to add research, and then can I add a thesis or something like that? Yeah, I can add the thesis. Then I can upload the file. Okay, so I can just download this. Scheiße. No, I cannot download this here. Let me just find it maybe here. Oh, I don't want to leak anything, you know. Wait. Okay, let me just find this thesis. Scheiße, I don't see shit here. Submit. Yeah, here it is. So kind of. Let me just copy this Scheiße here. I don't want to leak anything. That's why I kind of. Okay. Let's add it. Let's add select file. Let's add Scheiße. I'm leaking too much stuff already. Okay, do you want to add a file? Okay, I want to add a file. Is it taking so much time just to add this thesis? Yeah, but this kind of this thesis should be actually like, yeah. I would need to link that, and then you guys can access it. Add both a public and private file. Upload a public file. No. Add only. Select how I want to upload only public file. I've reviewed and verified each file I'm uploading. I have the rights to share each file publicly. Do I now have the rights to share it? That's the question. Because it's here is very stupid. Maybe Cobis has something better. How is? Wait. If I go here, how is this? General purpose node editor for graph pipelines. But you see this people don't kind of know like where I don't know where I should click, like, right? You should click here and then that opens the same shit, you know. Like I'm just gonna put it on the ResearchGate. I don't fucking care. I have the rights to upload. Yeah. If I don't have the rights to upload, then just the university will just take it down or whatever. Tell me to take it down. You can add details about this research in the next step. Publication type is Scheiße. A general purpose notator for graph pipelines. Do I have like to? It's technically it's like it's this. Just the thing is that technically it's like this, the APA or whatever style that is. The only author is me, right? Yeah, of course. I mean, I cannot add the commenters or some shit like that. Date is no, it's not the 6th of April, it's the 9th of February 2026. Doi. This should be here somewhere. Or is it? Does it even have a doi? It has to have, like, it has the UDK, but does it have a doi? Scheiße. I don't see anything. I don't see a doi here. Scheiße. Okay, let's leave that aside. General purpose notator. Maybe UDK has some link. PID has some link. What is this? Is this a doi? Is this doi? Is this doi? Scheiße. Doi lookup? Is this doi? This looks like doi. It has nothing. No, maybe this is not doi. Find the paper doi. What? What are you talking about, AI? This is AI. This is AI shit, you know. Okay, so let's just leave doi as is, like this, empty or whatever. Just no parallel execution. Then I'm just gonna upload this. Then I can just take explain what is your thesis about. Oh my god, are we now kidding? Scheiße. Thesis. Abstract. I think I had abstract actually somewhere here. Yeah. This is kind of abstract. Whatever. Enter a degree. Master's degree. Super. Is it like, I don't know. Okay. No, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know how to do that. So I don't know if there's some Scheiße. Why are you giving me like this, or maybe I just see that. Is it? Download full text. Okay, I just see that. Okay, cool. Nice. So now I can just kind of added the hi. I can add it now, the description. So on the description I can add, if you want to guys to check out info about the note editor can be found here on this like link. I've added the description. I'm just gonna post this ResearchGate link. So this is the note editor we are working on. It's been a part of my master's degree. Master's thesis, right? It's it's essentially very general. It's general purpose. It has a lot of functionalities, but it's not yet Turing complete. So we're working on for loops and loop constructs to make it Turing complete. Also, we are going to be working on the Tora engine, which I'm developing it. The Tora transpiler. It's a transpiler where you have where it transpiles PyTorch torch models to the node editor itself. So it's kind of sick actually. But okay. So now that we have this, what is at least our goal is to create some of these nodes. So like loop for each maybe node, where we don't get the number of iterations and some like geometry, but we get a typed array. So first, and then we iterate through each of the elements of the typed array, and there's like element on the output. So for each element you do some kind of operation. Then you have to say, okay, on the input of the end node is like an element, right? And then you aggregate these elements into a typed array. So this is really easy to do. Now, would that be Turing complete? Probably not, because there's no conditional and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, step at a time. One things we need to handle is first we need to handle to do. So there's like some to do things we need to handle is we need to first update the graph validation. So first we need add the nodes, add the special nodes. This will be some kind of a node base, or in the node base itself there should be an idea of this repetition thingies, right? And then there's like update graph validation, where you validate is this graph correct, then update graph execution. Also we have to update the format. No, do we have to update the format actually? Well, I think the format is compatible. The JSON serialization. I think the JSON serialization is already compatible. Maybe the only thing we need to say that this node is entangled with this node. We kind of have to entangle them, because if there's like a let's say there's another loop. Let's say that there's like another loop, then this loop is kind of entangled here. Like these are pairs, right? You cannot just exchange these, you know. So we have to keep in mind that, right? This kind of entanglement between these two nodes. And if we delete this node, it should be deleted. So update special user interactions with these nodes. So that there's many things we would need to create. So it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Also maybe I want to have this kind of scheiße. I'll have this here just to show you guys some kind of functionalities in the node editor that are possible. But also, okay, so let's just do that. Okay. Okay. So yeah, the node editor, we will start first by examining the node base structure. So the node base is essentially telling how one node should function. It's essentially a blueprint for the function of a specific node. And there are two things. Either a node has is implemented in some extension host DLL, so some kind of DLL, right? Or it is implemented by a function which takes in some inputs and outputs, some outputs, fills some outputs. Or it is like node base can be like duplicated from another node base to kind of modify it and do stuff like that, whatever. So here it's we kind of need to have a node base which is not only an auxiliary node base. So there is this extension based, right? There's this extension based flag which shows if it's an extension or it's an auxiliary node, so it's a functional node. But there's like serialized there wasn't. So instead of this extension based flag, we would have to have now kind of different flags, different types of node bases, right? Scheiße. So what I'm thinking here is I'm thinking about adding, there is node types or some types, common types, external types, no, not external types, common. Node common. Okay, so there are this kind of enums which dedicate, like, which tell us the node terminal type, the execution status, blah 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 blah, and some of the static UIDs for different types of nodes. So these are like some kind of inbuilt nodes. This is what we need to update first. What I'm thinking here is I'm thinking of a kind of major enum type. It's like node base type, which first of all by default is going to be extension, which tells you look up at some DLL to make an extension, to load an extension. Then there's like std function where you have some kind of std function that gets executed when this node executes. So this is like get code from a DLL is executed. So maybe like this. Code from a DLL is executed. This is std function gets executed. Then there is this for each node. So for each node with typed array, then we want to add for repeat or repeat node, for loop with n iterations, and you want to create so for each repeat, and then while, but this is, I will say, to do while node loop with condition, the specific condition. So these are nodes that we need to yet to implement, right? This type of nodes. Of course, we can have maybe more different type of nodes, but still we have till now implemented this. So either from a DLL some code is executed, or from an std function get some code executed. This is not implemented. So And maybe there is just like some like empty node or something like that. Maybe it's better to like have some empty node where no code gets executed. But I'm not sure about that. I think we have some nodes that no code is executed, but they're handled like an auxiliary node without a function. And this might conflict those two, so I'm not gonna do that right now. But we can add it further on. So node base type should be here. Should exchange this is extension based. It should just node based. And by default should be node base type. It's an by default. Oh, scheiße. What is by default? Or maybe we don't do by default, but I kind of like by default. So like maybe not set by default, or let's do empty. Let's do empty. No code is executed. So by default, let's do empty. It's better. So this kind of is good. So now this is not extension based, but it's like node base type, right? So now we have some problems, right? This is already saying node base type is node base type extend. Scheiße. What? Node base type? Oh, maybe it's what is the Scheiße? This is node engine, right? Doesn't it have by default? Oh, maybe it's not even included here, right? Because we here I don't think types are even included. Node. Where is this node base? Oh, scheiße. This is in the core of the project, so there's no yeah, but this is in core as well, right? Yeah, this is in core as well, so we can just include core node, or what is the node? Gfa core node. Wait, where is this included? I totally forgot about. I forgot this. I haven't coded the node editor for quite a while, so I forgot about the. So node base and node common is here. There are two. So I mean, technically, what you can do is, scheiße. Technically, what you can do is do this, right? A node common, and then this will just add this. But still, wasn't there a better practice here? Oh yeah, maybe give core the node. No, core node. No. Scheiße. How do you include? No, I just did that. Okay. I just node common. Okay. This now includes this, so I can go here and I can say node base type, right? And this is an extension. This here will be a function because std function is provided. So is extension is no longer is extension, but it's node base type. You get the type of the node where get type, right? And then node base type, because this is kind of an internal thing between the node editor and node base and nodes. We can modify these external API calls here without destroying backward compatibility. Is that true? No, that's not true. Scheiße. No, that actually can be accessed from external things as well. May some external projects may need that, but still, it's not that crucial. It's not that crucial for now. I think no project uses this kind of this API directly. This get so this is node base type. Get type. Okay. This is kind of okay. So now we're gonna see where is this where is this used by compiling it and seeing all of the errors where this fails. Here you go. So this here checks if it's an extension. We have to create an instance of this extension and handle some hot reload, some stuff. So this is get type, and then you just note this is Guffa node engine node base type extension, right? So if this is an extension, then this is the same, so I'm just gonna copy this here. So if it's an extension, just has to handle hot reload here. Wait, what did I make here? Scheiße. Why are not? Okay, if it's an extension, then as well this reset. Oh, reset inputs and reset outputs. Okay. Okay, this is kind of now specific to extensions. The way we reset inputs and reset outputs, you know. Yeah, this will be okay because the base will now handle this. So okay, this is supposed to be like that. Execution of the current node. Execution of the current node here will make it. So here it expects if it's an extension or it's a function. Now we need to say, okay, current node get base get type. Then if it's an extension, else if it is a function node, then you have to do this, and then else here is I'm just gonna do platform log error not yet implemented. Other types of node bases are not yet implemented. Okay, and we need to kind of see if. Okay, let's build. Oh, scheiße. Okay, this mbase is fine. This is fine. What do we change here? We changed here mbase. Yeah, this is fine. This is all in the same file. Okay, now if I build it, it should have no errors, right? Yeah, it does not have any errors. So now it should work the same as previously. We do need some tests. We do need to add a lot of tests because there are very few tests that actually test the functionality of the node header. The problem is why there are few tests is because the node editor is very user. It has many user interactions, so you cannot test user interactions easily. And the only thing we could do is to make it the best code as possible, the most clean and the most simplest code, and iterate that through many checks and many small patch fixes. So, okay. Why it's taking so long to build is because it's actually building the core here library, and this core library kind of builds everything, right? Everything needs to be rebuilt because the core library is changed. So let me just, not sure which one I had. I think I had this one that worked. Okay. One other thing. No, okay, now that we have handled the node base type, we just need to be able to create a node base with this specific type. But since these are repeat nodes are kind of static nodes, I would think. Yeah, there's no inputs, but still, I can. What is the best idea here? What is the best idea? There's this clone stuff. Maybe what I can do is. What is the best idea? Maybe I can do like static function here. Say repeat node. Or not repeat node. No, we're not doing repeat node. For each node. And this kind of returns a node base. Cannot be const. So this for each node should return a node base. But either if it returns a node base, it should or maybe we just handle it this way. We have another constructor. Let's say here, where we say node base type. It's like type of the node base. And then this is like for each blah blah blah. But also this for each has an end node, right? It has like, oh scheiße. Okay, so let's say like this. We have two nodes for each node with typed array, but this is end. These are both entangled. And then what you can do, oh, what is it doing? So what you can do is set up bits where you say, okay, let's say 4 is for each, right? And then you flip 1 or 0, the 0th bit for end and not end, right? So you do that. And then you can check distinctively which bits, maybe even like this, just to check instinctive which bits are on and off, right? So an empty should be like, but should we complicate it like this, or should we say, yeah, it's kind of better to have with bits, since I can check for each of this. I can kind of check. Yeah. Scheiße. by repeat this, and then you have while as well, right? What is the shortcut here? No, so you just have okay, while, and then you have, I want to be nice looking here. So you have like this, let's say this is 6, this is 7. This we need to change, repeat, and times, and this is a loop with condition. And then you have this empty is going to be 0. No code is executed. This guy is going to be, so 1, 0, 0 and 1. Is it 0 and 1 best, or is it just some other bit best? I think parity is best, 0 and 1. But then extension should be like 2, right? Or from 4, or else like maybe like this, and then this is like that, right? So something like this. So it's just better than to like have start end always, or maybe like all of these nodes we kind of want to have some bit flipped as well on these nodes. So some like some bit flipped, I don't know, whatever, like 10 that has this like bit that I can check whether or not they're all in loop nodes, you know. This might be better, you know. Or just say 4, like, right? 4, and then if it's 4, and then from 5, 6, 7 is which nodes, and then 1 and these are the pattern, the parity of the nodes. Okay, so now that we have this, we can say specific type of node, and this type of node will get you pretty much everything for a for loop node, right? Because we don't need anything else, really. I mean, for each node. So here I'll do the same thing. I'll do node base type, and then create the mean base, and then make self type, and then this type here is going to need to set up some things like that, right? Oh, and as well, because we have now entanglements, right? How do we point to which node is, how do we point that these two nodes are entangled between each other, right? We need probably both nodes to point to a specific ID, the not the implementational ID, but the instance ID of the other node, right? So here maybe we would need to add UUID entangled. Is this the correct way of saying entangled? The correct spelling? Yes, entangled or pair. Maybe pair node, right? Pair instance or partner, maybe it's better. Partner instance UUID, right? Yeah. So partner instance UUID, then you would have this node this UUID should be saved. UUID partner instance UUID only used with loop nodes. This is only used with loop nodes. So we have m partner instance UUID. Maybe we can do m partner instance UUID partner instance UUID. Okay. Another thing, the name of the node. Oh, depends on the type, right? Can do switch node base type, and then each and node base type for each end. They both scheiße. Yeah, they both would have. Why can't you do that? How is the syntax? Oh, maybe you were you supposed to switch types? No. Whoa, I haven't programmed in quite a while. Switch statement. That's embarrassing. Case. Whoa. For each and then case node base type for each end, right? Both of these. Oh, can I do that actually? Is it? Because I would have. Yeah, actually I don't need that. Problem. So name is just a string, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, name is string. So this is like for each. But then you have also like an implementational ID. But since these are in common, we can add here kind of implementational ID for a bunch of these nodes, right? We can add a new GUI and then add like this, and then you do just that, you know, and you say, okay, this is like for each start for each node, right? and then for each ent, you know, I mean, do we need really the really stupendously different UUID? Okay, let's just generate different UUID. Copy. Maybe I just need to like paste it fast like this for each, and then okay, for the other nodes I'm gonna add it later. I don't care right now because I'm not implementing them. Implementational ID. Oh, scheiße. Impl ID is yeah. I'll do this just so we're clear. Name is the same for each, will be both, but implementational ID here should be different from that there, you know. So how were the implementational IDs accessed here? In what namespace is this? Nodes. This is in nodes. So nodes, and then for each, and then this is ent. Okay, name, implementation, description. Description. For each loop node. Oh no. Metadata of the node. Oh, metadata of the node is actually just used in kind of a way to, but this partner instance ID, should this partner instance ID be in the metadata of the node, or should it be here, you know? Because both, this is kind of a metadata, but it's kind of also, it could be, metadata could be overridden, you know? Like so I'll just leave it like that. All right. So inputs and outputs of the node. Inputs and outputs of the node. Now, inputs and outputs of the node here are created by the implementational details of the node here, given by the creator. Here, inputs and outputs. I'm gonna leave them blank probably. What is the default value of this shit here? This here kind of how we kind of need to create, you know, inputs has to be properties, right? And outputs have to be another different type of properties, you know. But here's the thing: on inputs we need to register a typed array, right, as an input. So inputs, and how do we do this? Register. Is it an optional property? It's a property, probably, where you provide some kind of, so on an array, let's say as an input, typed array, input typed array. Then there's like a value type, which is, no, it's not an array. It's not an array. It's a it's an I object. And then you want class type and interface type. No idea. A typed array, something like that. Class typed array. I think we should find some. We should find some examples where I register typed array. I type array serializer and deserializer. Here we register this kind of register property, you know, like, struct and then say typed array, but there is also just typed array. Yeah, just like this. Just like this, you know. Oh, but data is not recognized here, you know. Core doesn't know about data because data is an it's a downstream from core, you know. So the only thing I can just do is like typed array here, and then here it's gonna be as well probably typed array, but some interface shit, maybe I typed array. What is the interface type of this typed array? Yeah, it's an I typed array, so okay. So this should work. Then is it yeah, is it required? It's gonna be true probably because it is required. And then this is the input shit. The output shit would be some kind of, yeah, now we don't know about the outputs because this depends on what kind of typed array you have internal. And now the question is, okay, how do you, okay, so you have this kind of node, right? We have this kind, okay, nice. Okay, so here on this side we will have typed array on the input, right? On the output side we will have the element of the typed array, you know, but we don't know which element is that, so I'm gonna just leave it for now like that. But since this is a special node, we will need the node editor to handle it specially because this is a special for each node. So it's kind of it's kind of interesting. Okay, okay, I need to. Okay, inputs. Now on this side of the node, this is the same thing. We need to handle inputs and outputs, but we need to handle it reversely. So I'm just gonna say that this is outputs here, and I'm just gonna create both of these, then register them just to be safe. Default inputs and default outputs are just clones of these. It's almost always they are. But are we actually resetting anything like that? No, we're not. I don't think we are, but whatever, we just clone them. Color of the node. Color of the node is very special here because we will need to create new colors, and then there was like a geometry color for F. There were some colors that we kind of where that is. Now let's see, not in data, not in graphics, not in GUI. Not here. Source, then there's like the node engine color. Node editor has some colors, but node editor is also a very different idea. Okay, so let's in the here in common, let's here we have some colors already, some namespace of colors, so we just say for each, and then geometry color for F, and then you have some, what is going to be that, like a, okay, what do I imagine as a for loop? I probably imagine like some reddish color. No, that's the first thing comes to mind. Okay, let's do some kind of reddish color. Maybe not that bright, right? Hi. Yeah, real developer. Yeah, we. I mean, I like raw coding from time to time as well. Like, just to just to refresh the skills, you know, like you have to, even though even though we admit that we are kind of using ChatGPT, and not ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, you know, like for some Python scripts, you know, like from time to time. And this specific project has no AI code in it, so I like to keep it that way, you know. That's why I kind of stream this project. If I was doing like GitHub Copilot prompting, you know, I won't stream it. Even though it like saves a lot of time for some small projects, for this kind of expensive, huge, enormous project, it's just no way. It's stupid as hell. Okay, so get node base, get node base. Okay, what are we here? What do we have here? Okay, no, this is something else. In the node base, then we have to provide the color here. We say color, then this is like, okay, this is under the same space, just for each. Oops, for each. We provide the same color on both. Let's just break that as well so we don't override that here. Color, and then node base type is of course very important. Node base type is just the type provided, since this is the same type. Function has nothing, so function here would be just a null pointer, since no function will be. Bro, can you talk about more your project? I have left so it's been actually, this kind of project is this notator that we're building here is a part of my master thesis. I've been working on this for more than a year right now, and it's a fully general purpose notator. I have left in the description below the whole master thesis, which you can find on ResearchGate. We have added it now. It explains everything about the note editor. It has a lot of things why I have built this, some of the system architecture. It's actually a very in-depth dive into the note editor, what it supports, what it creates. Unfortunately, due to the thing that due to the fact that this is under the Gamma laboratory, so where I work, this is not an open source project, nor it is available for wider downloads. We would make it available for wider downloads probably if I can get the required permissions to do that, since I really love the note editor, and it works really well. You can make pretty much anything. It's a general purpose note editor, so you can define any blocks you want, any notes you want. So yeah, it's I would love to make it some kind of either open source or just downloadable project where you can download, where you can make yourself like these DLL files and then import them in the note editor. But yeah, unfortunately not yet. Maybe in the future. So that's there are some other open source alternatives like the Nodizator, which is a very popular open source multi-purpose. They say it multi-purpose. It's actually, but it looks terrible, and not only that it looks terrible, it's just you know, like I mean, it's not that general purpose. You cannot. I don't know if you can create your own widgets. You probably can create your own widgets, but it's very finically, and it's only for Python available. So it's not C++. It's not that efficient. And then there is another. There is like a node. There's like the ImGUI note editor or some shit like that. Also very. Based on the blueprints from Unreal Engine, but you have to create many stuff by yourself. So there's like, you have the whole painting of the nodes, you have to create that. So you cannot just plug and play nodes and it will work. So our node editor is much more complex than that. It supports much more things, but now it does not support for each statement. So so the only thing we need to handle is for each statements. That's okay. So let's work on the for each statements. Okay, so we have the node basis, right? We need the editor to handle that in a separate menu, because this type of node basis should be handled by the editor. So there is this editor controller that kind of actually wraps the editor around. But no, this is the controller itself is part of the, we need in the editor itself, we need to handle okay, so where should we handle? This is in the menu. So this is in the menu. Scheiße. Set menu, right? This is like node category. Render menu. Why are we rendering the menu here? Okay, yeah, this is the render menu of TFS function that goes through each of these. And are you making an engine? The node editor itself has a engine that executes all of this in parallel, like functions, you know, like this kind of nodes are all automatically like executed on different threads, and there's just like just-in-time compilation, so like just-in-time execution. So you sometimes you don't want to use more threads, you know, you want to execute it on the same thread if it's like faster than just starting up threads and all this stuff. So that's all explained in the thesis itself. So it's kind of a very interesting thing, the execution engine itself, you know. But okay, now the thing is, where do we inject the nodes? Because when you set a menu, you set a menu here. Where is this Scheiße called? This is only called no, does the node editor itself, the module handles the interaction between the user and the menu. So there's like is it shortcuts, right? Shortcuts. Then you have the Shift and A shortcut where you have nodes open, editor controller, nodes menu. So nodes menu is set up here, right? It's a new context menu. Yeah, this is what we were looking for, right? But now that this is set up here, you know, like when you Shift A and you open up all of this Scheiße, all of these DLLs here, right? There are some IO nodes here, right? There's like string list, object list. This we need to find where the IO nodes are injected, because I don't remember. It's a huge project. IO nodes are injected here in initialize node categories, but this is kind of wrong. I don't like, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the only thing where we can need to IO nodes are injected. So we need to add a flag to enable. We need to add a flag. Let's add a flag. But are we actually, yeah, we are actually using the controller in the standalone version. So we need to add a flag here, enable loop or enable loop nodes. What is technically called a loop node? Loop for loop. What is technically called control flow statement? A block of code. Iterate over a sequence. What are loop, for loops, while loops, and other loops called? Control iteration statements. Iterations. Maybe, yeah, iterations maybe as well. Enable iteration nodes. And this is going to tell the controller itself whether to enable iteration nodes or not, right? But the controller itself, I don't want the controller itself to be the iteration nodes. No, the controller itself just has to say, okay, yeah. The controller itself just has to say if mflags has to give access to the nodes. Enable iteration nodes, right? It has to just give access to the nodes, and then the engine itself does not. Where did you learn creating app with C++? I've been coding for more than 10 years probably right now. More than 10 years, yeah, probably. So it's I've started with Visual Basic, then moved to C#, then C++, then all the other languages, and code it in almost every language. From YouTube mostly. So then I had actual classes, but when I got to classes, I already knew a lot of stuff. So user inputs. Yeah, is it user inputs? No, that's not user inputs. Let's make another category. Let's make another category where we say like Scheiße. We make another category like all these nodes, context nodes. Instead of user inputs, we say iteration nodes. Input output nodes. Yeah, let's do that. And then iteration nodes is going to register node base. But a node base is just going to be node engine node base, and it's because the node base itself handles this. We can just do gopher node engine node base type now because it handles this, and we can say for each, right? One more problem here is that this will generate a for each node, right? So let's first try this. Now we need to enable this flag, and this flag to be enabled is like, we need to enable. I don't remember where we enabled flags. Node editor controller. We need to take a look at this where it is used and to enable flags. Enable specific flags in this node editor browser. Need to here somewhere enable some specific flags. Here, okay. Set flags. Controller set flags. What does set flag mean? Scheiße, not this. Controller set flags. Okay, so can I have like this? Is it what kind of flag is this? This is just an enum, so you cannot just merge enums, right? Can you? No. Get flags, set flags, flag set. It's a set. It's a flag set, so you can just kind of do convert that to a flag set. Neck flag set. then you kind of can't do that here with the IntelliSense is stupid. The IntelliSense is enormously stupid on VS Code. Microsoft could not fix a fucking IntelliSense, you know. Enable what are you making? Just the read the description, you know, like there's the thesis, it's linked to the description, and you can read all about the node editor there. Making just for loops, integrating for loops inside the node editor. So enable generic ion nodes, and there was enable iteration nodes, right? We have added. So yeah, IntelliSense is stupid. Like why Microsoft could not just, you know, like it's okay, it's not the newest Visual Studio. Okay, I admit that. Maybe on the 2026 is better, but I have so many problems with just setting up the 2026 and like there's some things in the projects that doesn't want to compile and shit like that. So it's not seamless, you know. Microsoft has been wipe coding more and more lately, so yeah, all developers are gone now. Okay, so set flag. So we set this flag here, generic iteration nodes. This should kind of get all this handled. It should now be able to now we just need to add if iteration nodes get items is not empty, of course, then we need to add it to the main category. It's a subcategory, and this now will create one for each iteration. Now I'm not sure even if, like, do we need to add some more some other things. Okay, failed. Why did it fail? Did we have some error? Oh, of course, partner ID. Oh, the node base itself, it cannot first sustain partner ID. That's why. Okay. Because okay, so here when you're creating a node base, of course you don't know the instance ID of your partner, right? So you will have to leave that for a little bit later. I'll guess here. I'm just gonna do that for now. I'm just gonna say, okay, I'm gonna leave the partner instance ID for a little bit later, since we have no idea what the partner instance ID will be. And this is, yeah, changeable with some getters and setters here. We can add that later. Now it should build if there's no other things we have missing. Yeah, now the problem is that this, as I said, like you would have some this node that accepts typed array, right? Some typed array. Then you would have some element that this is for each element this would be executed here, blah blah blah, some nodes. Then you would have some node that actually gathers these elements back and gathers it into a typed array, right? Essentially, right? But these nodes have to be interlinked together. So this node's partner ID is actually this node, and vice versa. This node partner ID is actually this node. So like they're married together, right? And that should be internally handled, and the user cannot unmarry one node to another node. Like it's, I mean, it's, you know, it might be possible in the future just to like have like detached nodes and attached nodes, but when a node is detached, it's if these two nodes are detached, then it's not a valid synchronization between these two nodes. So I wouldn't say that you can just unmarry nodes. Just if you want to unmarry nodes, just kill both nodes and then remake them, you know. So if you have like two pairs of these nodes and you want to just cross them like that, so just kill both pairs and then make them, or maybe unsign this, whatever, doesn't matter. The only thing is that the element, you don't know here what kind of type of the element is, so you have to, because this is runtime, this is typed arrays, like possible in runtime to give you the type of the element, so it's not predetermined, you know, it's not statically compiled. Another thing is that no other connection from outside and to outside can be made from within this constraint here, right? This is one thing. Let's see what kind of other errors do we get. Okay, net set flag identifier is not because what? Because this net set flag is in some other namespace or whatever. It's probably because it's in some other namespace, and I don't know where that namespace is exactly. It's probably here, but let's try this. Okay, so ID1 is ID 2. Yeah, so the partner, each partner has to have no IDs are not, will not, each node already has an implementation ID, and it has a instance ID, and implementation ID says it's essentially a specific GUID where it says what is the implementation inside this node. So many nodes can have the same implementation ID. So like if you have like another for each node here that like starts, will have the same implementation ID, because implementation ID is just what is contained inside this node, what is the function of this node. Instance ID is different for every instance of every node, so does not depend on this. But instance ID is actually what we query through the graph. So when we have like some bunch of these nodes, if we want to find a specific node, we look through the instance ID. If we want to find nodes that are of the same type, we look on the implementation ID. But if we want to marry two nodes, this node will have a partner ID, which will be the implementation, the instance ID of the partner node, right? So if we want to query which is the partner of this node, we can do that by saying, okay, take a look at the partner ID and then query the graph for this node. And this needs to be also encoded into the JSON format that we output, because we do output a custom JSON format which is very easy to parse. Let me just show you what the format actually looks like, because it's an incredibly easy format to parse, and incredibly easy format, and it's very generic also as well, like, which is very cool, you know. Graphs, let's say some like what is the most easiest, but probably load image is the most easiest graph. So it's essentially, the JSON format essentially has like nodes edges and also some other things right now, like some frames, node frames, but nodes and node actually, oh yeah, we have added some more things right now. There is node bases as well, like you defined node bases here as well. You can just so there is a thing where some nodes cannot be, some nodes sometimes are not loaded from the start, right? So you want to show them, you want to show the inputs and outputs of some nodes without their definitions being loaded from the start. And to be able to do that, what you are doing is essentially you're saving the node bases in the file and then just filling in when they are loaded. But okay, that's another thing. Nodes have their IDs here, and has instance ID, which is tied to this specific node. These IDs here are not tied to anything. So these IDs are just sequential numbers. But instance ID is tied to this specific node. Node base is the implementation ID. Then there's like some metadata. So some kind of metadata. And then there's some properties, inputs, outputs, and then there's the filled property. So this are the inputs that are already filled of the node. And then there's some bounds where this node is actually located, you know. And then the edges are just type of, okay, this node from node 0 connects to edge to node 1, node 0 connects to node 1, and then the terminal of the first node is file, and the output terminal and the input terminal of the second node is this. So it's an incredibly simple protocol. So even if you don't know about the instance ID, even if you don't know about the node base, you can parse this graph and you can make it like a simple I don't know, graph visualization of this. Okay, so let's just fix this. Is not a member of. It's a member of what? Where is this? Where is this? Nets flag set. Oh, is it nets flag set? It's not nets flag set. It's it's flag set probably, right? Yeah, it's flag set. It's a yeah, sure. It's just S here. Okay, let's just do that. This should work. Net flag set is essentially a trick in the C++ where you don't have yeah, operator here is ambiguous because of what? Scheiße. It's a trick actually that is able to you have this kind of structure where you supply in an enum and then you can add and remove flags from this enum. So essentially what this is designed to do is being like you design flags here, right? And then you flags and then you add and then you say nets flag, you say this, you add this flag, and then you add this flag, and then you say, okay, set flags to flags, right? This is essentially converting and handling enums as it were flags, as it were like bit flags, if they support bit flags, you know. It's just a wrapper, you know. It's just statically casting an enum to an integer and then dealing bit arithmetics and then casting it back to an enum if needed. Because internally enums are not so okay. So now we have iteration. Now we have for each. Now we have a for each node, right? We have created a for each node, which is with a red flag. You know, there are no outputs though. We have not added outputs. But now the problem is that you have to you are kind of saying, okay, you have the node editor knows only to add one node, right? The one node here, but not the partner node, and not to link them. It doesn't know about this, so it just says, okay, I'll add this node base, you know. So we have to handle this everything of this in the node editor by default. That's why I was thinking not in the node editor controller to be adding this kind of nodes in the menu, right, where this kind of nodes are created in the menu. So editor controller had iteration nodes, right? So we had this we would add in the editor controller, and then we would call so this in initialize node categories, it's just once time initialization. Then on the node editor set menu probably, then you have just the main category. You're passing this to the node editor, right? But the node editor itself kind of can inject into this main category, you know? So what I was thinking about is, do we inject this into the node editor or into the node editor controller is a question. But probably don't, scheiße, I don't know. Node editor, no, let's inject it in the node editor control, because here we handle flags, so it's easier to work with. Then we need to handle this in the node editor. We need to say, okay, some nodes, when you create this kind of nodes, where for each nodes, right? You don't want to create only like for each node, but you want to also create for each which is a partner node, right? So here, where you add a node, you add where was this shift A? You know, A. Scheiße. Work shift. Yeah, work shift. You open nodes menu, which is a context menu, which has a callback function here, and it just says node ID, and your node, you're adding in the node on this implementation ID. Now here is the problem. If the node base, so if this pointer here to the node base get type is what we have implemented now here, right? Gf node engine node base type for each, right? If it's a for each node, then we surely need to add also so okay, so you have to move node to mouse position. We surely need to have to add implementation ID of the partner node. I see. But here, instead of get implementation ID, we can add get UUID, get partner implementation ID, and we can hardwire the partner implementation ID as well. So we can say, instead of just the instance ID, we can hardwire the partner's implementation ID. Right? And now we can do partner, right? Did I do something wrong here? Ah, yeah, UUID. Ah, scheiße. Is it UUID or is it ID? Probably ID. Let's do it for consistency. Okay, so here on this on the for each node, we will say partner implementation ID is node for each end, right? Right, and on this node here, partner's implementation ID is for each, right? So we have both of these connected. This will allow us to access this partner ID, you know, this partner implementation ID, and it will allow us to create. Look at this now. I don't like zoom in too much, but it will now allow us to create get partner implementation ID. So if it's for each, we will add one more node. This is this, and now I can say, okay, move node to mouse position now, the new node, but this now has to be like some kind of an offset here. So not just less mouse position, but maybe less mouse position plus like, I don't know, 200 on the X side, and then probably, is this the X side? Probably like that, I don't know. Will I know to compile this? Because this implementation ID is essentially used then in the factory to create this node exactly what we've defined. It's essentially, it's really interesting. What are we building? We are building a node, general purpose node editor. We have already built the general purpose node editor. There is a link in the description of the master thesis that I wrote on it. It's a whole project where you have where you have very, very interesting what is it doing here? The master thesis, as we said, is we can maybe while this builds, we can maybe just go no. So the master thesis is essentially on the node editor. You can take a look at it. It's what I want to show you is that I then compared the node editor with what's very interesting as well is like the history of node-based editors, you know. And here I have compiled from early 1960s, right, up until today, what are the popular node editors and why and how they're used, right? So essentially, you have this first in the 1986. There's the LabVIEW 1.0, which is till this day it's almost unchanged. The interface is almost unchanged. It's very unintuitive. It's not understandable. You have to have interesting knowledge. You have to have prior knowledge to use it, you know. Then there is then you have like the Houdini prisms, which is one of the probably first node editors that was used in like Hollywood production software, right? Then this was bought by Houdini is actually, Houdini was Prisms first, right? Then Houdini now today, then Ion Digital Fusion, which is now like the Blackmagic Fusion software. It's very interesting that first these kind of node editors were very, very two-dimensional, you know, like very with you could not do this reliable. I mean, very limited, you know, like you have some loaders, you have some merges of the composites, and then that's it, you know. But then you have like some more complicated in 1996 the Native Instruments generator version, and till to this day the Blender, Unreal Engine, Airflow, and some other editors. But all in all, let's now see what we have built. So now if I do for each, right? Scheiße. Yeah, okay, yeah, because this is not the same as this, you know. Or is it? Okay, let's see what's wrong. Okay, error handlers, null pointer exception, interface is not struct interface is not accessible. Inserted node for each. Cannot find node. Of course, cannot find node. Of course, cannot find node. because we never registered in the menu, right? You have to register the node in the menu in order to find it, which is a bad idea. I mean, it's not actually a bad idea. Menu supports hidden nodes, right? I think it supports hidden nodes. So in the controller here, where we do iteration nodes, right? We need to register for each end, but I think register node base supports hidden nodes. I think at least some. Maybe something else supported hidden nodes, hidden menu nodes, or some things. Holy crap! I didn't know what it was until now. I mean, I've seen one before, but I did not know the vocabulary for it. Let's say, the thing is, you cannot download this specific version, you know, because I mean, the software, you can download the master thesis and read it and maybe build something like this on your own or whatever. But I would love to make this accessible for people to download, you know, but because it's not technically mine, right? I'm working for a laboratory which we built this editor for, right? So it's technically not mine, so I cannot just distribute this for people, you know, to use it. But I would love to do that, right? Okay, so now we have this. Now it generates two automatically when I click for each, right? It generates two for each nodes. So one has input array and the other has output array. Now here we would need to make an output for an element, and then here to connect these two. Let's just try this for an interesting idea. Yeah, no, I mean the thesis. You can download it, read it, and maybe even you know, add review it somehow, or maybe like I have a GitHub. I have a GitHub where we build projects. Mostly it's and some of the projects are on YouTube as well. So I'm kind of looking forward to making more live streams on various different projects. So not only just C++, but also as well maybe Python, maybe some other projects as well. But it's better just to, like, maybe if you have some idea, you say or something like that. I would be kind of building this Torah right now, because this is like on top of the node editor. It's like an automatic torch, automatic rewriter, and adapter for torch functions inside the node editor. So absolutely. Like that's why I kind of wanted to build something like that. And then when the laboratory actually needed this stuff, I was very happy to jump on the opportunity to build it. And I was working for now it's like one and a half years or more work on this project. So it's an enormous project. And for AI, this is what exactly I want to build on top of this. Then the PyTorch to read native PyTorch functions, read Python code and convert that into the node editor representation, and then I hope we release some kind of software, the node editor, to be able to anyone to use this essentially, right? And this is what I was setting up here, like the torch compiler. And there is actually, I can maybe show you a sneak peek of the let me just not leak things, but I probably will leak something. But essentially the Torah transpiler is essentially generating nodes for PyTorch functions, and you have all of these generated nodes here for each PyTorch PyTorch function, it generates this description of the nodes that we're using in our node editor, right? And it generates like name, description, and some inputs, outputs, and you can load all of these. I have now loaded. Maybe I already have loaded this in the. Let me just take a look at this right now. Yeah, I have it loaded. So let's say you want I don't know, argmax, this is a PyTorch function that has been rewritten, linked inside the node editor. And you input essentially torch tensor. You set up the dimension. You say keep dimension on or off, and then you output the torch tensor, right? Self and output. It's not really nicely like the text is not nice because like this is automatically generated, but we will add some kind of this to make it a bit nicer. But essentially, what I am planning is to have then some convolutional layers. Let's say you can add multiple convolutional layers, then you can connect these layers between each other, like you can I don't know, connect some weights or whatever, like or biases or whatever, strides, like whatever, and then you build a whole model out of these networks, and then you can have even PyTorch functions which then can later be transpiled. I mean, PyTorch like modules that can be later transpiled into these graphs and subgraphs, So kind of wild things because this is fully general purpose. So you can have like an image editor, you can have a AI editor, you can have anything here. It's very wild. Okay, so let's just now we need the iteration nodes, right? The iteration nodes. Let's kind of have. Let's try to make some outputs here just to look good for now, right? Where this node base, then in the outputs, what I will be just doing here is probably an output will be an I object. This does not have any type or anything like that. It's just an element of the array, and outputs. So in case I wanted to start a similar project, I was currently studying graph theory and to be able to achieve it. Absolutely, there's a lot of graph theory here involved, especially when you are considering the best way to execute functions, but the thing is that I would love to make this kind of an open source, and maybe open source, but as well like usable output, right? Project for anyone to use. If that happens, then I will definitely make a video on it, and I will definitely tell you guys about it and how to use it, and properly how to make your own notes, how to make your own things. But I would need to get permission from the laboratory. So just maybe keep subscribed. It's just I don't upload that often, so there's no notifications, there's no things like that. If I upload, it's always some math, computer science, something. So you would love it either way. So Hello, what are we developing? As I said, like just take a look first at the master's thesis. It's a note editor. It's a general purpose one. Just take a look at the description of the master thesis. So I don't have I a little bit more work than talk, but if you have any kind of questions, I would enjoy answering them. And yeah, let's just now that we have this kind of outputs here, now here on this side, this is actually input, right? So just let's just make this an input just to see how this kind of looks. And yeah, and now that we have connected, we have added these nodes, might be a good practice to connect them automatically. So and also because we have this pair partner IDs, right? We actually can get these partner IDs by calling in the graph functions, which can be like this, ID1, right? Let's say, or ID1, yeah, let's say ID start. Scheiße. Let's say, for each, okay. So you see this, right? So you have like some array that it will be decomposed into some elements, and then when this node is executed, then these elements will be created into the array. And this has to be executed, this part of the graph has to be executed for each element, which is the most difficult process of them all, because the part execution, the graph execution is enormous code, and it handles so many things. It handles multi-threading, it handles thousands of things there. So we have to really, but that would be another stream. Part execution will be another stream, because that's impossible. I need to handle some things off camera just to set up some things, you know. But ID start, I can get from the graph. I can get I think nodes. No. Actually the node. I need to get the node itself, right? Mgraph get node by ID, and then node ID. Then I have to get the base, probably get implementation, not implementation ID, what am I saying? Instance ID, no, not the base, get instance ID, right? This is ID start, right? Then you would, oh, scheiße. Partner instance ID is not in the base. What are we doing here? Okay, this is one mistake. Partner instance ID, the base doesn't know about this. So the base partner implementation ID has to be done here. But instance ID, it's not here, because the base does not know that this is ever instance. The base is never instance. That's the whole idea here. Scheiße. Okay. Now node end is the same here, right, with the new ID. Then I would just do this, maybe auto node start, then node start, and then here node end, auto node end this, right, and then node end, which gets the ID end. And then here I need to say, okay, node start. Yeah, and now we need to add on the node ID. Oh, scheiße. Wait, this has to be handled as well, right? Yeah, this has to be handled, because the node itself, because what happens internally, right? Internally, scheiße. What internally happens is that the node base is a blueprint. It's just a blueprint of the node, right? And this, if we want to instances as a node, you need to wrap it as in a node that has some other particular stuff, that has some runtime info, right? because the node base itself just tells you how the node actually how do you say, how the node actually behaves. It does not have any information about the runtime info, right? But also one more thing we need to handle before we go into the Scheiße. Before we go into the node base, one more thing about the node base is that it has to be clonable, right? Because each node is just clones the node base, you know, like it uses this kind of pointer here. So we clone the type, but we might not clone everything here. We have added, so the partner implementation ID also has to be cloned, right? The partner implementation ID here, which is impl ID partner implementation ID is base get partner implementation ID. This is also very important. Everything has to be cloned. So what do we have added? This we have modified, and this we have added. So both are cloned, which is nice. Now that both are cloned, most definitely subscribe and thank you. Can you drop out GitHub or whatever? Yeah, of course. I'll drop down in the chat my GitHub. Also, you can just click follow there, and it will just get all of this. I do not have a Discord channel right now because I'm not that actually just popular, you know. Like I sometimes just get make the stream a little bit like a how do you say that, schedule, you know. Just a couple of hours before, but even if I would stream, I usually would stream from somewhere 4 to 8 o'clock on the afternoon in what is this time? It's my time zone. This Central European summer time, which is GMT +2, you know. And usually like from 4 to 8 o'clock is after job, and you can kind of stream a couple of hours, you know. And the problem is that YouTube just gives these notifications out, you know, when you stream, but it does not have a mechanism to kind of say, okay, I'll stream from that time to that time, you know. It's very difficult. The schedule streams doesn't pop up as notifications sometimes, and all the kind of stuff. So yeah. Also tried like on Twitch to stream, but kind of I don't know. Scheiße, not here. Let me maybe not leak something. Maybe just try to. But I don't know. Twitch is no. It does not kind of. Thanks, man. It I don't know. Twitch. I don't know. I kind of believe that Twitch is more for a gaming audience, and most of the streams there are really based on this kind of entertainment, you know, like all this kind of, you know, naked women and shit like that. So I kind of don't think that we are in that realm. And subscribers as well, like on Twitch subscribers, I don't have subscribers, so yeah, there's a lot of devs there. I mean, yeah, I know that Solding streams on Twitch, right? So Solding is also very let me see, twitch.tv/Solding. Oh no, it's not such Solding. Wait. yeah, but you see, like he has like 80k followers, you know, and whenever Twitch does it really well, because Twitch actually like sends mails and it sends them right away without delays, and I had never had problems with Twitch being Twitch is just screaming at you when somebody is streaming. But yeah, it's very hard to compare to Zodingo, for example, or somebody else there that has large followers, following audience. So maybe just consistently streaming on both platforms will help, but there's like some restreaming services or some shit like that, but never tried it. So yeah, it's time. I mean, it may in some future months we'll do it. Okay, so what's your opinion on the future of coding in this era of AI? Very bad. No, that is actually a really good question I want to chat about today, like, because I have actually I was very skeptical at first, you know, about the power of AI models to do stuff that because as developers that have been, I don't know, I've been working, if you just take a look at the repos, right? I have been like coding and doing stuff from I think the most earliest 2015 repos on GitHub, so 2015. But I haven't, I mean, had probably way I think, okay, 2015 is yeah, 2015 is nothing, you know. 2012, 2011, let's say, started coding, something like that. So like, okay, but back then I was like 11 years old, you know. You cannot just compare, like, I didn't know for loops how they worked, you know. You cannot just compare that level of coding, you know. But still, we have coded so many thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and millions of lines of code, you know. And then AI can do a lot of stuff on its own, and you would just think, well, how is that possible, you know? Like, you have this understanding, this complex understanding of these projects that AI cannot have it, like the whole code base at once, you know. Like, you know how to grep, you know how to, but AI agents have been so well developed that they have now reached a point where they can have a nice understanding of even larger code bases. But without human intervention and without humans, they're still pretty bad, but they are very helpful. So don't take me wrong. For small projects and for projects in some early stages of development, or some prototype projects where you need to produce something quickly without just to try it out if it works, AI is an incredible tool. It's an incredible tool, but take every line that AI writes as very skeptical to it, you know. Very cautious about what it writes, because sometimes it would know to write or to rewrite shit, and you would have, so I had some kind of project a month ago or maybe more, that I was a little bit working on, and used AI for a couple of scripts, you know, for a couple of things. And when I was reviewing after it, I found probably more errors than what I would write it by hand. And I'm using I'm using the GPT the GPT 5.3 codex with like high thinking right now. I like that one, but I could never get it to 100% of premium requests on GitHub Copilot, since I just use it for very specific things, you know. And also what I have noticed is, like, let's say this, these agents on GitHub, let's say, if you are what I was just as experimenting, I have never used this agent thing here, right? Because I don't know, I always thought that, like, okay, I still think that you need to tell it a little bit more understanding of the code base before you just prompt it to do something, right? But this kind of agent here can do it, like, so I said, okay, let's experiment, you know. And I said, okay, cleaning up, so my task was this, like, okay, the master thesis is now finished, clean up the readme file, because I had like bunch of things there according to the thesis, in the thesis folder, and the presentation folder, because I had like the presentation folder, right? And it it just started up some NCP servers, and then started up some sub agents, like, you know, like, and it fucked up many things. And first, it not only so it said, okay, updated this blah 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 to concise final requirement, and I don't know if I can show you how many things it fucked up, but okay, and it said, in the readme you left paths relative to the runner, because when it rewrote the readme, it rewrote it relative to the runner, so it had like some runner prefixes, you know, like home, runner, work, you know, like, what, why would you have this, you know? You need to fix this to be relative to the root of the repo. And then I said, okay, I fixed the readme, so paths are now repo root relative, blah blah blah. Minor adjustments are still required, and then I have added some like minor adjustments, what it needs to do, right? And because I have prompted it again or whatever 3 times, it actually fucked up the pull request. And the pull request name is now normalize readme path to repository root relative references, instead of this like cleanup repo, right? So and the description of this is now rewritten. The readme still reference the runner specific absolute system paths, blah blah blah. But it bunch of stuff it did, you know, before this. So you do not fucking change the here, you know. You add a comment here, you know. So things that you think it would know how to do, you know, and still fucks up. So and then you need to go, like, I don't like when people change the because this would never happen in production development. You cannot change the name of the pull request just because this here normalized readme path to repository root is not the only thing that it's changed in this, you know. Bunch of stuff got deleted because it got cleaned up, you know. And these kind of things, it just pisses me off, you know. It pisses me off. But there is a study that shows that if the tasks are complex enough, for example, FFmpeg contributors, they have not evolved in a year 6 months. Absolutely, these are huge code bases. You can imagine millions of lines of code, and sometimes it does not. The code does not follow one convention; it follows multiple conventions, right? And it's very hard, you know. People keep saying we don't need syntax, but I think the programming language structure systems that force humans to externalize and organize their thinking in a way it matches and execute. Of course, you remove the structure, you risk losing a discipline that shapes how you reason about computation. Absolutely, I agree. It's not only that, structure is here because it's testable, it's deterministic. That's the most important stuff. Because when you are flying a rocket, when now Artemis 2 flies, you cannot have something that is not testable and not statically compilable. It has to be statically compilable and has to have static code analysis run on it. So you cannot just put in some like Python shit and some prompts and then this will fly. It won't fly, and that's why I'm saying, unless something is testable, is deterministic, that it works, it's just it's maybe it's a good foundation, that we have some of these models to help us write some pieces of code, but still you have to be very, very careful. 5 years ago we were complaining about code quality. Yeah, now it got kind of standardized, this idea of like the most garbage thing that you can, ChatGPT that can write very fast, or Copilot can write very fast, and got kind of standardized that it's nice. I mean, it's yeah, we all do it, so why not standardize it, why not normalize it? But yeah, it's major. I think it's majorly it hurts the process, and it's very difficult for new developers coming to the scene, like, okay, developers that have been coding without AI, without problems, without these smarter autocomplete engines, we know how to write code by hand, and why is this? We know to read documentation, but new developers have very, very hard time, because why would you write something by hand when Copilot can do it immediately, because the crap code we kept seeing in the market, now we're all fucking generate 35,000 lines of code is nothing now, right? You generate that in an afternoon, that you can't even read or review. Of course you can't even read and review, and it's mostly like this kind of, because the agent does not know what is the proper syntax, and it kind of uses a couple of fallbacks, like 500 fallbacks to find something. I can maybe show, I don't want to leak something, but there was this that I always tell GitHub Copilot or whatever to make it as most simple as possible. If you're coding something with it, make it as simple as possible with at least fallbacks as possible. Because if you are not sure how a function needs to be called, or if how an API needs to be called, ask me, I'll tell you the documentation, I'll look it up, I'll provide it to you. You cannot just have this, I mean, it's, I don't even know how to actually divide now code that is written by hand and written by AI, I know that, let's say, the notator is written by hand, all of it, completely all of it, and this is what makes me proud, and it's why I like working on it, and I like working on it by hand. And all of this, like, let's say the node graph here, like, you can see that it's not an AI code. Like, you can just see it. If it was an AI code, it would have a bunch of like if statements here and bunch of like all of this shit, like, it's written by hand. And I know each function what it does. I know each thing what it does, and I can say, okay, this is written by hand. I can say this is written by AI. But on massive projects, you can't do that. You just lose, and there's no way to tickle boxes, okay, this is written by AI, this is not, because everybody uses AI. So yeah, massive projects just get obliterated by AI generated code that no one can review. But people, I think, are coming more and more to sense, because they see that more and more they need to be cautious about things, at least in my opinion, you know. Dude, I have completely shipped using it because it's making me stupid. I completely stopped using it. Sorry, because it's making me stupid. I think we will suffer from this. Exactly. That's why I kind of like sometimes, you know, like I always tell people, like for example, lead code. You know, like I don't usually right now like do competitive programming. I still do some competitive programming on the side, but like I usually tell people, okay, you see, like you can go to lead code, you can just at least solve 1 or 2 problems, you know, like daily things, you know. If it's not that difficult, if it's like some medium, you know, problem, just to get the syntax, you know, just to get some understanding, you know, some things. It's not that bad, you know. It's just to see something, and maybe we will solve this one. If it's medium, it's fine. It won't take so much time. But let's first I want to just see one more thing, if it works, because there is something here that I need to check before we continue. Bromito, I just finished a massive project. Yeah, absolutely. You can ship anything now, especially in machine learning and all this stuff. Copilot and all other AI agents know really well to code. I want just to show you something, you know. Let's just, because we'll have some laugh here. We'll have some laugh because this is a project that has been this is a project that I did in high school, 2023, updated on 2023. Essentially, wait. Last was Scheiße. No, 2021. Okay, I was just maintaining some shit here. Okay, this was just some Copilot depend about maintaining. Scheiße. No, when did it start? When did it start, this project? 2020? Did it really 2020 start? No way. No, it didn't start. 2019 start. Wait. How do I go to all time? Scheiße. Wait. There has to be a nicer. Wait. Yo, it goes even further. Yeah, of course it goes further. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Here, 2020. Yeah. I'm not sure how long it. Scheiße. Okay. Let's say it's 2019. Yeah, 2019. I was in high school or something, and it was an enormous project in like. And the idea of this project was that I wanted to kind of make Roblox, but for schools, you know, for people to be able to create their own games, right? Execute them in Docker containers, and then other students can play these games. And then there were some kind of sub platforms that were supposed to showcase this technology, and it was all like based on pretty much like the most popular, you know, like Node.js and Passport.js and Socket and Express and blah blah blah, you know, like all this kind of shit. And it actually was compatible with Linux 32-bit machine, because I had to because back then I did not have like any like money to buy like some servers or whatever, you know, like. And then I had like an old 32-bit machine that I just I just installed Linux on it, and I had to make all this like 32-bit Linux compatible. It's fucking hilarious back then, you know. But one thing I can show, it's like stupid code, you know, like it's just, don't look at the code, you know, nothing. But I can show one thing, and actually maybe not here, maybe in the utilities project, you know. In the utilities project, there was a Python. I processed like the whole Wikipedia, downloaded, and with Python, Scheiße, these scripts. I actually made a RNN network to process this, you know, like you know, and to like generate some like random words, and back then like people didn't know even like what the fuck AI was, you know, like we're talking about pre-corona age, you know, like you know, and these like even professors that I presented, like they never worked with AI back then, you know, like there was just like some like robot transformers I think back then as well, but like that was like niche, you know, very niche. Now I want to find the code now. What the fuck? How the torch maybe? Oh, it's not here. What about here? No, it has to be. Yeah, no, it's not torch. Maybe it's not TensorFlow. Scheiße. This is it. No. This is it. Oh, Scheiße. This was an example, some kind of an example that Google had, and then I remember like I rewrote this to. And I had very little idea how the fuck things work, you know. But it's just a simple RNN as far as I remember, you know. But now this is laughable, you know. This is fucking laughable, you know. Build model. What is build model? Where is this function? Build model is just a sequential function that has like some RNN units, you know, like. Scheiße. Wait, where is this? Where is this called, you know? Where is this imported? RNN is partial GRU. It's just a GRU, you know. Yo, I didn't even remember that it was a GRU. You know, and it was, bro. Yeah. That was the age of IT. Yeah. I mean, bro. Like, amazed. Like when I look at this. Wait. What's the commit on this? What's the commit date on this? Like, I remember 6 years ago. No, but that's committed there, you know, like it doesn't mean that it's written there. But I think because the competition was not 2020, you know, I had this 2019. Probably committed there because I don't know if I was even using Git to. Huh. Okay, whatever. I don't know. Maybe it is committed 2019 here. Yeah, 15,000 lines of code, so it has to be here committed as well on the initial commit. Yeah, it is here. So what is this? What is the date? April. Yeah. The competition was here in April or some shit like that. Yeah. When I remember these times, these were good times, man, good times. For each. Okay, here it does not create, but okay, so I have to fix this. But here it does create both of these. So I need just to handle entanglement, maybe. Okay, first of all, maybe I need to in the node editor. Okay, let's add a little bit space here. Entangle these stuff here. Okay, node start, node end. Node start. Yeah, we need to handle now here. In the node start, we need instance ID and we need partner instance ID, UID. Okay, this is not consistent, but okay, we'll fix this. Get instance, maybe set get instance ID. Here we'll say set partner instance UID. It's not const UUID partner and scheiße partner this, and then UID get partner instance UID. We might have to actually write this as like interface functions, but we'll see if we need to. Let's say like this. So node start set partner instance UUID to node ID end, right? And node and set partner instance UUID to ID start. So both of these will be connected, and then you would have. Okay, so both of these are connected. So this is the render menu category that handles. This is the menu item. Yeah, we may need to disable from some menu this from the palette, command palette. We need maybe to disable. I think it's command palette or palette. Yeah, control load menu command palette, context menu, add item, and we need to find where does it add. It adds this item in context menu, remove menu, add menu, nodes menu. Oh, it might, you know what? It might be actually that we need to do this, you know. Yeah, there is this show in menu, right? There is this show in menu. Yeah. We need what I'll do is just for this I'll say for each and here, and then node menu node this. If it's both of these, then the partner ID is the other one, and then we generate both of this. Okay, so well, this should work. we need to handle the entanglement. Okay, convex hull. I think we do have some convex hull thing, but will not actually. Yeah, we have already implementation of convex hull. I think, yeah, this is already a convex hull. So we could actually get a convex hull from the nodes inside this connections. But before we actually handle the connections, we need to handle in. Were there any errors? No, there weren't. We need to handle in the. Okay, so these two nodes, there's some nodes inside, and this, if there's some nodes inside, these nodes have to kind of, the graph is responsible for. So if I do for each now, there are this for each end and for each. If I press for each end, oh scheiße. Okay, this is here, but this should be here. Okay, just need to do that. Okay, but if it's like iteration for each, you know, like both of these. This should be by default probably handled like that. Wait. For each, so here this plus, right? You need to kind of. No, I don't want to do that. I always want to create so I'll handle them differently. I'll handle this if it's for each, then if it's not for each, I'll just I don't even need to know the start ID and the end ID, right? I just need the node ID, so I'm not gonna even handle this here. If it's for each and this, then the node ID. Scheiße. Okay, this will rewrite this, so we have to be careful. Node ID. Okay, so first we need to swap. If get type is gf node engine node base type for each end, but I don't think we would handle this for each end. We won't even handle it. But whatever. We'll for now we'll say this, that auto u is like get implementation ID, then auto is get partner implementation ID, then here we need u, here we need v, and then if that is the case, we just swap u and v, you know, like so it makes consistently consistent first for each, then end. This is fine. Then now we need to handle rendering, at least to show that these are entangled a little bit, you know. But before we need to handle this. Let's see the graph. Let's see about how do we handle it in the graph, you know, because it's very interesting. So for each, if it's for each end, you would still get this. Okay, this is the correct thing for each, and then for end. Okay, so this is okay. Then we would need to go into the we need to write some kind of function where we take two nodes and we see what is connected between these two nodes, you know. And there is one function that kind of already does that, and it's essentially, let me just and is essentially a function that that does check that gets all nodes that are dependent on the specific node, but not in a node. So how would that look like? It's a question. Okay, so you have some node here, some, let's say U, and some V, right? Need to detect all of the nodes here, but if nodes are outside scheiße. Yeah, this is inside. Connections, edges that are outside. Scheiße. How do we write this? How do we write this? For each node, you need to know if this node is dependent on U, but it influences V in some kind of way. What if we push like a DFS from here? I mean BFS, whatever. But if we start from, if we cut to U, then we don't go back. Then whatever nodes we are going back, right, will look like something like this. If there are some nodes here, then we go from U and we start like this. And if they're not the same, so if there's some like more dependency here, then like whatever here it is like, then you kind of know that these nodes are outside or these nodes are outside. So you say like, fuck it, you know, you cannot do that. It's invalid. Yeah, I think this is the best idea. Like from one side, start a DFS, like start a BFS or whatever, DFS, and then from the outside, start a BFS, DFS. Okay. This is the node graph implementation. It exposes a bunch of API functions, but it also exposes some internal functions which get node by ID, get node by terminal, implementation ID, set identifiers. Set thread count, organizational levels. Get topological order DFS. Check cyclic dependency, prepare executions, resources. A bunch of things here to data gathering. Execute nodes here, or maybe here. We would like to have a function which calls in get iteration block, and you would have two nodes, U and V. This is an iteration block, and you would have like probably a vector of IDs. Yeah, probably like this, right? So here, what I'm considering is, I'm considering a vector of IDs as a result, and then I'm considering to have like visited, maybe visited A and visited B, And this is like the size of the graph, right? But I'm not sure how this was called. I'm not sure. I totally forgot about how things are being managed here. Scheiße. Nodes.size. Wait. Nodes dot size. This visited B. Maybe visited U. Visit V. Okay. Oh, scheiße. This is not, we're working with sets here. Oh, is it unordered? Is it or unordered maps? Yes, unordered. So okay. Alright. So you want to push BFS from U to all depths of U. No, to all dependees of U. Push BFS from V to all dependencies of V. Right? Dependency, something that V depends on, right? That is relied upon by another entity, the depender. The thing being depended upon. No, dependee. This is dependee, right? Dependee. Thank you, man. Thank you. If you have to go, I appreciate the talk, and I hope to see you another stream. You know, dependency, but dependencies. But I think npm. Wait. I don't know. Some express. Wait, how does there are dependencies and dependents. So dependencies. This is different now. To all dependencies of V. Of U. Push from U to all dependencies of U. No, this is the whatever. Push BFS. Okay, so we need just simple BFS, right? Okay. Q. Right. Maybe just BFS. BFS push U. Well, BFS is not empty. Do I have? Okay. Now that I have BFS from BFS pop for auto V in, this is adjacent of top. For auto next. Adjacency is just nodes connected to each node. So visited at U. Next, it's true. If it's not visited at U, next is true, and then add like BFS push next, right? And then yeah, and then do the same thing, but push V, and then this is reversed adjacency to the top, right? And then you can just go through each node that side. If visited UI and visited V, we know that this is in between these two. So this is like has to be vector. Oh, so this is just in the result. Wednesday. If else if visited UI or visited VI, if it's in both of these but not in both, I mean if it's in one of these but not in both, then you just, I mean maybe it's better XOR. Then you say Scheiße error. But also here, if next is Scheiße issue, then can continue that. If next is V, okay, platform error. Come on down. Okay, the for loop is not valid, then you just kind of return yesterday not, right? I mean, Scheiße. Do I want to return an error here? I'm just gonna return no op for now. Get. Okay. Okay. I think we already have some errors in the core. I'll have to check that. Results pushback I. So we know which of these are the iteration blocks, which of these nodes are between the iteration block. We just need to kind of render out the whole idea. Between each of these iteration blocks, right? Okay. Let's try render that out. hello, why don't you use Cloud for the simple test? Because because Cloud will know shit here in this project and would probably take more time than me. So like it's an enormous project, and first of all, I don't this project has 0 lines of code with AI, so I want to keep it that way, you know. This is purely human written project, so I'm not gonna use any AI here. I can use ChatGPT to help me, right? But I know this is not productive in the sense that like yeah sure, but I want to keep it that way. And for other projects I do use GitHub Copilot and stuff like that. But here the infrastructure is so enormous. It's so big. Even if I would give to Cloud Code to understand it and to grab things all around and stuff like that, it will just it won't do it like I would like to do it. So I would need to fiddle out so much time into it. So it's not actually useful to do that. And I kind of like coding, raw coding. You know, you have to code from time to time, raw coding, just to refresh your brain. You know, refresh your muscle memory, thinking, syntax knowledge, and all that stuff. It's amazing. And people do raw code. I don't like the expression raw dogging, but actually it's it's an expression that is more and more commonly used in this environment, you know. Okay, so geometry. I need to add another geometry. There is some kind of frame geometry here, which supports this kind of the same way of having like this what is Blender here having this this convex hull essentially, right? It's the same way, supported by frame geometry as well. But I wouldn't mind having another struct here. Shape group. Shape. Once again, do this again. I cannot have music on YouTube because it will be copyrighted strike. Do you guys prefer for me to prompt GitHub Copilot? Like, I mean, isn't that just, you can do that on your own? Like, why would you need to watch someone prompt GitHub Copilot and GitHub Copilot like writing pieces of garbage AI slop code? Like, you know, like, I don't understand this, you know. Iteration geometry. Like, there's no point into coding streams if you write git no geometry. There's no point in iteration in coding streams if you write this kind of slop, you know, like render engine, create shape group. Of course you want to have this I'll just name it iteration geometry. This group will now have to contain will now have to be updated each time. Ooh, now the updates are really here interesting. Only the first time. Setup layout for all nodes. Layout is called only the first time. When a node is added, the graph calls a function called Scheiße. Where was this function, you know? graph calls a function where a callback is then initialized so the editor re-updates the layout geometry, you know. Yeah, where was this? Graph add handle. No, let me open the graph module, then I'll see where is this called. Callback maybe. Execute call on add node. This is what. Scheiße. Okay, I know what happened here. This now on add node is called this here, right? But there is this get node notification where the editor handles it here, right? Add handler here. Renderable node layout geometry. It sends the node geometry in it, right? So here, where this sends the node geometry, then updates the context, of course. But when it sends the node layout geometry, you need to kind of say that here update the iteration geometry, right? This is as well, we need to do that. Layout. Only in the case that this node this is on all nodes. We need to update this geometry. We need to let's delete this layout geometry. Yeah, scheiße. Okay, we need to update. Yeah, okay, let's make a function update iteration geometry layout. And then let's create this kind of function here. Then you have to do that. Kind of have to just delete this, forget about this layout, right? And then you kind of want to iterate over all of the nodes. Get nodes. Then you want to kind of say, okay, if that node is we will need to find all of the nodes that are if node get base get type is like a repeatable node, so this type scheiße, okay, yeah. Maybe what I want to do properly, how to properly do that, is because I have this here that indicates all of the node types that I need to like make this layout geometry. What I can do is I can have a static function returns bool, and then it's like is node base is iterative node base. Cast int 32 node base type this. Okay, and then I need is iterative node base. Wrap this around. So if it is an iterative node base, it means if it's start and end or something like that. So now, okay, now maybe I need to add a static bool function is iterative node base start. Type, and then you just and scheiße. How do you say that this is true? So just boolean this maybe, and it's like node base type. Yeah, the 2019 coding year. I miss it too. I miss it too. And no. And 1 is 0, right? Like this, right? So it start. It's a type of this node, and it starts with 0. Its parity is 0, right? And now we can use this kind of idea to check if the node type is of this, you know, iterative type. And if it is, we can easily find, its implementation, its ID, you know, int ID start is ID, right? Int ID end is ngraph get node ID of the node get base, no, not base, get partner instance ID, partner instance ID, ja, scheiße, get node ID, get node by instance ID, and then graph get node ID. Okay, and now this can fail, this can fail, and this can fail. Ah, scheiße, all this can fail. If anything returns null, this cannot return null. This must return UUIDs because it must be this. Get node might return null, you know. So this might return null. Partner node. If partner node is null, it should not be null though. It should never be null. I'm just gonna skip it. But this platform log error, this should not happen. No partner is available for this iteration node. Okay, and then this is partner node, right? Then the partner node, if it's available, it's most certainly has this ID. Now that we have ID start and ID end, we can run our coded function get iterate, our function that we just coded, get iteration. Yo, we coded this in a private function, right? Get iteration. Why doesn't it not find this? Oh yeah, okay. Get iteration block. This should not be a private function. This should be iteration specific functions here. Get iteration. So auto iteration block option and graph get iteration block ID start ID end, right? And then iteration, if iteration block opt has value, it means that it passed the check, and then it means that, okay, it passed the check. It means that the nodes, oh, even if it did not pass the check, it should work, right? It should always return something, even if it did not pass the check, because we would no, maybe not. Yeah, it should always return. Scheiße. This, okay, it should always return. Take away. Okay, iteration block update has value, so there's no need of that. So iteration block, now iteration block. So for each now of these blocks, we kind of need to get their bounds and make a convex hull out of it, you know, which is kind of interesting to be honest, you know. Okay, let's do a convex hull. Oh, I'm a wreck behind you here. I'm a wreck. Put this all behind me. I'm a wreck. Geometry convex hull. Oh, scheiße. Why scheiße? God, fuck. Get convex hull clear. Sleep your ghost sometime. Wait, isn't this a struct? Oh, it needs point type. I can do that. Okay, points. I need points. I need iteration block is this ID, which means that you would need to have the ID. Okay, so the iteration in this iteration block, we need to get node by ID. Then this node has to be a renderable node. has to be seen as renderable node. And then you have to get the what were the initial bounds now? No, not the initial bounds, probably the DOM bounds, right? Scheiße, get DOM, get bounds, or the transformed bounds. Which bounds do we need? No idea. We'll see. Bounds. What are the bounds? Bounds. Okay, I'll do this. Points pushback bounds min. Points pushback bounds max. We'll see if it's a difference there. We'll make it. Away from the reach. Points. Hall. Okay. Hall. Okay. And then we need an iteration. Add draw shape, not shape, draw geometry, path geometry. Fill geometry. Create geometry. There's this get it's Scheiße. Oh, it's not, it's yeah, of course, create path geometry, right? Wait. Oh, okay, we have like 30 minutes to fix this. Okay. Okay, so geometry. Okay. Sorry guys. Create path. Yo. What was the thing? I remember that there was this generate path geometry, right? But then this here, auto geometry, m iteration geometry generate path geometry, and then geometry itself has you have to open some sync, and then you have to do but where was this an example of this? So you open a sync, and then you begin a figure, a filled mode. Yeah, here. You do that. Path geometry, you do that, right? And then you open a sync, then you begin a figure mode filled, and then you points the points. You begin a figure, then you erase points begin, then you add lines, then you close the figure, and then you do fill geometry, path geometry. I think just apply this thing here. Okay, now that we have this geometry thing, is we can now say okay, so we generated this. We need to render it. We just need to call render function, and we need to call this update iteration geometry layout multiple times, because it's not only, so it's just saying render engine render here. Instead of this, it says I came late, I will begin later today. Thank you. We have been working on like loop constraints, but loops in our notator. You will see I explained many things. I will just probably render now this kind of geometry to play around with it if we manage, and then later on another stream a couple of days later probably will be about the execution of this these loops, you know. But you would I'll show you how these function looks, how these loop constraints look in the notator. But as well, if you want, just to subscribe to the channel for more streams, of course. Render engine, then you need to render the iteration geometry here, of course, and then you would pretty much, that would be it, you know. You render it. Of course, you want to update this, so you want maybe to update iteration geometry layout each time. Let's see if that works. But this is an expensive function, so we don't want to update it each render step. This is an expensive function. We would need to update it only on some specific changes, but we'll add that later. So we'll add it later. No errors so far. Let's see. Also the color, we didn't even put color on. Yeah, okay. This we should do. We should here fill geometry here when fill geometry is called. You know, we have to do some coloring. Okay, but let's okay. So we have. So let's open up. Let's open up this. So this is how our notator looks, you know, and we're working on a module for loops, you know. Oops, okay, error. This should not happen. No partner is available for iteration node. Yeah, okay, this is cool. Okay, this is expected for now. Yeah. Convex is 0 now. Oh, nice. Okay, so we have problems with the convex here on iteration block. Yeah, because there's no node here. Okay, let's see this. If points is empty, then kinda we just need to continue. This is okay. Yeah, since if there's no convex, that yeah. There should be convex. Oh, because we don't. Oh, wait. We need on this here, not only on the iteration block, but we need as well. Iteration block is one thing, but iteration block has. We have to add on the ID start and end nodes as well, because these are as well in the convex, you know, whole. Of course. And then always this will be always I'll add a check here just in case, but it should always be at least 2 points, at least 4 points for the convex hole to be able. Yeah, also this is bad. Also we need to handle some other things as well. Like, okay, so for each node, and yeah, we have the nodes, but we're not rendering it now here. One thing we need to do is not only min and max here, we need to report it here, points, pushback, bounce, and also this here, I think it's transformed bounce, but I'm not sure. Wait, get transformed bounce. But here on the min and max, we need a geometry point to f. Wait, is do bounce left? What is bounce left? Oh yes, this is float. Would you choose productivity only for yourself, or keeping the world safe from data leaks and not letting coding fall in the hands of uneducated corporate idiots? I mean, I don't kind of understand, sorry, but the productivity, I think productivity is great, you know. Yeah, we do not have local agents that could work on the same way as like GPT 5.3 codex or Claude code, no. Claude, is amazing as I mean, it's garbage for big projects, you know. I have never used Claude Code. I have used 5.3 codex, but it's nice for me. It's nice for small projects that I want to kind of test many things at once, or test some make some prototypes, you know. But for big projects like this one, you know, or other things, for me it's totally, first of all, unusable. It takes so much time to and so much context to even know the project, and second, I don't have the way. I do not have the opportunity to modify as the way I want. It will write stuff the way it wants to write, not I want to write. So it's on large scale, it becomes just heavily unoptimized. Yeah, it's severely prone to data leaks. Of course, it's I don't know how companies even use something on that on large scales. At least for ours, I have not found yet some large scale opportunity for these models, but they will become better and better. I'm sure about that, but still running these takes so many tokens and so many resources that it's for small scale and small prototypes amazing. Larger things, yeah. I don't know. Same happened with Alon's app, I believe. There are many wipe coded apps nowadays. From like amazing how many apps are now more and more to an extent wipe coded or using AI, and you can see, and even I believe that even Windows, like even Microsoft wipe codes its operating system to some extent, because they have shipped so many new features at once, and none of these features actually kind of work right. You know, there are so many problems with all kinds of drivers, all kinds of small operating system apps. And I also don't like the way, like, why would they ship like some Copilot feature here in like Notepad, like or some shit in Notepad that nobody uses, you know? Like, why? Just keep the app clean, you know? It's more unnecessary garbage inside an app. An app should do one thing and should do it very well. It should not do like thousands of different things and none of it good. My notator here, it's not supposed to do, I don't know, like Photoshop level image editing. It does node graph execution very well, and that's only the thing it does, you know? Like there's no AI shit here. I don't want AI built into the fucking notator. Notator, fucking you need to build the graphs yourself. You know, that's why it's creative. It's like AI it will write code faster. You know, and stuff like that. But you know, shareholders need value, and as long as something provides a little bit more hype and a little bit more value when they come up with some presentation and say, yeah, we shipped AI into the operating system and everything works now seamlessly with every other app, you know, and value jumps up, you know, even though that's some temporary, you know, boost to the value. So pretty much all of this stuff is now hype. I think in maybe 10 years we will be using AI. We will be using it on everyday basis, but it won't be as much hyped up. You know, like you would know what the AI can do for you. The same thing is autocomplete. You know, like if I enable the fucking GitHub Copilot here, I know how the fuck you enable autocomplete completion, you know, here. Let's say if it would know how to, you know, like I have tried it and okay, is it correct? Yeah, but I don't think what is going on here. But I think you're supposed to do that. Is it X? Is it minimum X? I mean, it doesn't matter, actually. And one more. Max X, min Y. Yeah, okay, that seems right. Okay. So let's see how good is into understanding what I'm doing here. Points. Okay, so this is points. Okay, so this is already handled. Now I need to, like, now even if I open this project in GitHub Copilot and tell it to you know, like find out why, you know, the render function. You need to know render You know, when you're drawing now this on the fill geometry, when you're filling up this geometry, first of all, I need to say iteration geometry, set color. Okay, let's see. What is this color? 1 color picker. 255 0255, and then you do yeah, well, I mean, whatever. Okay, let's let it be here. Scheiße. Set color. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see, and then we'll see what the convex is whole here. But fill geometry is fill geometry should add geometry to this, no? I forgot how that worked. Create geometry. I wrote that and forgot about that. For loop for each. Yeah, I don't think that's that's the convex hollow we're looking for. Yeah, of course that's not the convex hollow we're looking for. Wait. Max x and min y. Wait. Okay, max and min and max, no? I think this is not differentiable bounds, but these are actually bounds, you know? I'm not sure. Because transform bounds, they have to be, they're not in differentiable bounds. They're bounds. Wait, max x is on this side, right? Max x and min y. This is this point, and then max min x, which is this, and then max y, which is this. Okay, this is correct. And then max is this, and min wait, yeah. Oh, yo, get transform bounds may actually give some other. Wait. Let's set a debug point so we see why or not we getting this exact bounds. But this should be actually a convex hole throughout the. Actually, what are the points? There are 8 points. Okay, zeros. Yeah, sure, because zeros. Okay. Scheiße. You know, this here looks like. Oh, it might be the convex hole that needs to be. Is it? It might need the thing one, no? One thing, AI is just a marketing keyword. One thing that I hate, that every web coded shit just keeps spamming new variables for everything. I mean, while printing or data saving, it doesn't do the calibration directly on the spot for the results. The thing is that that models quickly forget about some variables and even forget about paradigms, you know, where you teach it. You need to have like huge instruction files on how you are supposed to code something, you know, like why have you decided to do this, you know, because there are some decisions that you have created along the way that the copilot may not fully agree with, you know. Wait, this is okay, bounce is wrong. Okay, yeah, sure. This, I think here, transform the bounds. Let's see, just I want to see points. Okay, this. Or maybe convex hull is wrong. Because I have not implemented this. This was implemented already, but it should not be wrong. This looks good. All of these are very different. This looks good. Okay, let's see convex hull. F10, F10. Convex is 6 bounds. Is it 6 bounds? No, it's not 6 bounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe 6 bounds. 443, 30. Scheiße, this looks good. Yo, I know. It might actually have like, yeah, pushback. Yeah, close the hole. This I need. Of course not like this. Convex, pushback, convex 0. This might be the only thing, because we erase the points and then you need to but closing a figure, I don't know if ending a figure closes the figure automatically. This is, I do not think it closes it automatically. I think you need to close it, but I'm not sure. It might close it, I don't know. No, it does not. Okay, but see here it's fine, you know, like here it's fine, and then this here should be here should be a point. Oh, it might not, the convex hull might not, oh yeah, okay, this algorithm might be wrong. I don't know who wrote this, but is this correct? Sorting the points, then resizing, then cross. Copy. No, I think it's correct. But does it clockwise and counterclockwise? Does that make does that? I think that actually yeah. I think that makes difference, right? Iteration geometry, clockwise and counterclockwise. So what happens if I just reverse here? This, you know, what happens? Because I'm not sure about convex hulls in the way that how direct 2D handles the clockwise and counterclockwise. I think, yeah, it must. Yeah, so it's the same. Wait. What is this? How is this a... How? Wait. This, then this, then this, then this, then this. This. Then this. Yeah, these are 6 points. Man, what the fuck? But there is something here, you know? Wait. Scheiße. Now what are these points? Okay, x this point, and then y 400, x 900. I need to plot this. I'm not sure how this looks, you know. Not sure if it's if this is even correct, you know. How do you copy this? Scheiße. Oh. Windows. And analyze with Copilot. Why would... Okay, let's say analyze with Copilot, and what? What will happen this? Yeah, but wouldn't be... Yeah, it would be 6 points, right? Yeah, it would be 6 points. Yeah, but the problem is, doesn't say anything. The problem is, are the points correct, you know? And are the values, are the order of the points correct? Because this matters as well, you know? The order. Because you kind of reverse. If you fuck up the order, you fuck up very... I don't think this algorithm gets the order correct. I don't think this gets the order correct. Let me look up my... Hello. Look up this. Yo. Scheiße. Atlas. Geometry. Graham scan. Reason number n and pairs without outputs the convex hull without including the middle points. Yeah, this is the algorithm, you know. Outputs the convex hull, but that does not mean that it's in convex hull in clockwise order. I don't know if it is in clockwise order, you know. Start the upper hull. Get full in convex order. But is this in convex order? I don't know. Does not seem. Is this Graham scan? I forgot about that. Yeah, this is different, you know. This is not the same. Monotone and Graham scan. Yeah, the algorithm first finds the bottommost point. Scheiße. Okay, this is just sort. Wait. If the given point belongs to the lower... Yeah, the monotone chain algorithm is this guy here. But this guy has two values, up and down, two convex hulls, right? But the Graham scan has one convex hull. Order. Yeah, but this is polar coordinates, right? Is it? No, it's not this. It's rotation. Yeah. It's monotone. This is correct. This is correct. But this is not what it is implemented. This is not the same. This is not the same. This is if we want to collinearity to check. If you need collinear points, you just check. Yeah. Let's quickly see what is the sequence of these points. You know. How do I fucking copy this shit? There was this watch, add to watch, you know, add watch, and then you could do Scheiße, you could do like convex data maybe, and then just dereference this shit here, then like 10. Oh no, it's not that. Oh yeah, you can't. Okay, but we can do that. Okay. Scheiße. Okay, let's do that. Sorry guys. Okay, let's do that. Just see. So x and y. I want to see if that algorithm is correct. So 200, let's say 200 and 400. This is smaller. Then you have 660 here. Then you have here. Then you have Scheiße. This is here. Then you have 660 here. Then you have 260 here. Yeah, this is correct. I mean, it's like this, you know. Points are correct. Okay, then what is not correct here? 8 lines. Why am I getting then this shit here? It doesn't matter if I reverse it or not, you know. Maybe I do not render the nodes, I just render the geometry to see if... But if I don't render the nodes, then I have no clue how the nodes are positioned. Okay, here's the thing. What I want to do here on the bounds of the nodes is I want to extend the bounds. Wait, not expand, maybe it's the... Is it? Yeah. Let's just do what is, yeah, let's do 20. I don't know. This now should, oh, what is now? Oh, it's a point. Oh, it's not. It's by. It's some by. You know. No, inflate. There's this inflate function. it's always like different. It's always some different functions. Okay, so when we get this convex hull like that, then each node that is inside will just update the convex hull like this, and then that's it. I could just generate everything you did in 5 seconds hours you spent. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I mean, I'm sure that you cannot generate this project all by Copilot or GPT, because this is like, I don't know, 100,000. I mean, maybe not 100,000, but I don't know, like a lot of lines of code, and depends on SDKs and all stuff. So I mean, you can try, you know, like it won't be maintainable. It would be some shitty code that it generated, you know, like okay, so yeah, extendable. Okay, I see some problem with the okay, I'm not the convex. Yeah, I'm not the convex. I'm just points here. I need convex here. This is what I need. This will work now. Yeah, of course you can generate in 5 seconds a lot of stuff. I'm just not sure that anything of that will work, you know, and would be robust enough to then, and then the problem is, you know, like you can generate, but like what if problems arise, and what if somebody, I don't know, really needs to rely on this stuff, you know, like, okay, nice. Yeah, and now if I have another node inside here, so let's I don't know, even whatever node I can, yeah, I cannot create another because this is a type object. I cannot, I can, however, say, wait, what kind of node I can inject here? But I can inject, let's say, add tensor node. Can I inject that tensor node? No, I cannot inject that tensor node. Yeah, I need to handle injections of an element of type nothing. Type I object. Terminals are not compatible. Yeah, because terminals are not compatible, because this is not can convert, you know. Let's just for testing purposes say that it can. Yeah, people are, I mean, I would love someone to generate this kind of project with Copilot and all this stuff, just to compare. Yeah, there was this trial, you know, generating a browser with many cloud agents, no, which catastrophically failed. Cloud agents making browser, which catastrophically failed, and yeah, making a browser, agents making a browser, some shit like that, you know. And yeah, people try to do this, making a browser from scratch. Scheiße. What is this? I don't even need this, you know. I need a nice, you see what you know, building a browser from scratch, it doesn't pop up the actual thing, Quasar Connect. It pops up a fucking AI overview, and then it pops up some videos, some Reddits, and this Quasar Connect is nowhere to be seen. It's like here, you know, like what are you talking about, you know? And it didn't even work. This browser didn't even work, you know. It wasn't even buildable. You couldn't even build it. So when you think about creating something, I mean, yeah, sure, you can create some garbage, you know, but creating some true projects, and it still relies heavily on human knowledge and human intervention. At least what I've seen, no? I mean, go ahead. I would love a challenge. Now, for each, what did I toggle now? I think this. For each, now that I can add whatever node I want, probably. If there's no some other checks, yeah, there are some other checks. But wait. I can add another. Yeah, there are checks. You cannot just hack it like this. There are many checks here that we employ. You cannot just hack it. Check if f exists. If can convert. No, I'm sure that it cannot convert. No, because this is not how it's done, right? I'm sure that this is not convertible. You can use before 2023 browser search bar for non-AI. Yeah. But why do if you don't know how it works, you won't be able to fix. Yeah, of course you won't be able to fix it. But why would you want to? Why would I want to? So no, this is not before 2023. This is an article that is published 2026. You know. And I want this article to pop up first. I don't want an AI overview to connect this article as the most important article, you know, like this is the most important article here, you know. And then you are pushing some videos here of some garbage shit, you know, some AI generated content videos, you know, and then you're pushing some Reddit here posts or whatever, then to later find this article. This is insane. This is the broken Google as we know it. The most broken Google. Can I fucking disable this shit? I don't know. Like, can I make a feedback and say that this is insanely inaccurate? I mean, it's not inaccurate. It's accurate, but I don't want it. You know. I want a Google search browser where I could write something and it would pop up the result for it. You know. Okay, so here you cannot connect this, right? But we can do this to test it. In the node base, instead of adding an element with no this, we could just say that this is like an int or something, I think. And this is all the node engine. The node engine should know how to dissolve this, just for testing purposes. Then we'll need to handle that these objects are real-time objects and we don't know their type, you know. SEO problems. I mean, yeah, like now it's useless, and also YouTube is also useless, especially when it comes to what the fuck is this now? Here I'm not logged in, you know, like, and this is probably okay. I may have like some music that I listen to, but like YouTube is useless when it comes to Cyrillic, you know, and other languages, you know. And like what I was googling in is I want to watch Balkan Khan, you know, like it's a very popular movie in the Balkans, you know. But when I Google it like this, oh no, now it pops up. But late, what was I googling? And it did not even recognize that this is Cyrillic and this is like the same movie, you know. And it's garbage. It was better. It was way better. at least in my opinion, you know. I never had problems like this. Okay, so these are two all these elements. Now I can pop up whatever node I wanted. No, I mean whatever node. I don't know what is the here, you know. Okay, this node is not inside. It's not inside because this here is not dependent on here. So I need to find some like accumulate maybe node. Let's say like this, then metadata. Let's say like this. So if I do that, then I do that. Yeah, this now works. Yeah, sure. Yeah, amazing. This is now Blender's behavior, you know, like the convex hull behavior that we have here in Blender. So like when we input like some nodes, I'm not sure what the fuck where these nodes were, but yeah. There's the same behavior, you know. And then you would have this. Oh, how fuck. Okay. Yeah. And okay, that's kind of responsive and everything. So I mean, maybe for many nodes, it won't be responsive. I know, like yeah, but okay. We'll fix some optimizational issues. Yeah, let's add some maybe more nodes that are inside here. Maybe another image node that then has like a math node. Has a math node. Then it has like both of these here. It has like this, and then yeah. Okay, why? Why can I not select the math node? Did some issue arose? You can't attach connection to an output of a node. For loop is not valid. For loop is not valid between 0 and 1. Yeah, for loop is not valid between 0 and 1, of course. If I do some shit like this, you know. Scheiße. Math node, then I do this, then I do this. Nice. Okay, can I? Okay, this looks good. You can disable YouTube Shorts with browser extensions. Oh really? Yeah. I need some browser extensions, you know. I really actually need browser extensions, you know, because I don't have many browser. I mean, here I don't have at all browser extensions, but I have browser extensions on my PC, you know, but I kind of need more. I kind of need some, because I have enabled like dislike button, and I mean this dislike info, something like that. But it's the SEO. It's the most the SEO problem, and this like AI mode. Like why AI mode? And then it gets to Gemini probably or something like that. You know, I have never used this. You know, like I don't know. You're signed out. I mean, we can open up on this browser, you know, AI mode, you know. And then it comes to, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Even I never use this. Okay, so this is okay, so it works. Okay, so for now this is okay. I need to bring back the eye objects here because we need to find a way to work with unknown eye objects and to tell this engine to that these objects will be later then evaluated, right? Sponsor block and improve tube. That I have never heard. Actually, sponsor block I already have. Improve tube extension. That I do not have. But here when I see something like this, you know, I already think of some kind of AI slop, you know, AI, and then I don't know, like, if that developer fucks up, you know, with some AI slop that AI generated, and then you have some kind of leak or some kind of vulnerability, you know, millions of people can get right, can get fucked over this, you know. And who then who do you blame, you know? Do you blame the developer, and do you blame the, you know, oh no, what does it have here? How expand always description, virtual travel, dim pages, up next. Wait, I'll zoom in. Up next, undo, ad blocker. No, ad blocker I already have, but you should not have it, you know, because YouTube will ban me. But I don't fucking care. Translate it to 40 languages. Yeah, but what is this here? Screenshot, repeat. This is already here, right? It's already on YouTube. Or am I tripping? Proof tube. Yeah, but I mean, shorts blocker. I will get shorts blocker because I really hate these. I really hate these. 90k users, free and premium features. I hate these. That's the most hated thing I have. Let's see. Then when I open this, okay. I mean, okay. Yeah, sure. No shorts. Fuck shorts. Okay. So okay, so we did this. Now the execution will be the same as we have here, but now it can be parallelized depending on the number of elements in a typed array. This part of the graph, which could be actually very useful. But we need to iterate over the arrays, and we need to handle this logic. So I will leave this out for another stream because it's been already 4.5 hours probably, just setting up some infrastructure for this. Many changes that we did, but I mean, another stream will look into the execution of this, and that's it, you know. Then we will go to Tora, the Tora engine, the Tora transpiler, where we transpile this thing here. You know, I have here some sessions with GitHub Copilot as well, but we will iterate on that. This is more because this is in TypeScript, and I don't like coding TypeScript, so probably. But it's not, for me, it's not fun to see on streaming, to see like prompting Copilot, you know, what Copilot will do, you know, like that's, I mean, anyone can prompt Copilot, you know, but it's the point of decision making, of why do we do this, you know, why do we choose to have like some something in the code, you know, and why do we choose to create structures like that. And what I promised, two things before ending the stream, I mean, I wanted to say what makes I mean Turing completeness. Useless. Turing completeness, non-mathematical usage, formal definition. Computational system that can compute every Turing computable function is called Turing complete. Okay, Turing equivalence, computational university. First, what do we need to implement to be a Turing complete machine, you know? I need let's ask GPT to see let's see how good is this guy here. Should I ask here what makes a language Turing complete? Programming language is Turing complete if it can simulate a Turing machine, meaning that it can solve any computational problem that any. Yeah, but all key requirements include data manipulation. We already have that. Conditional branching. We don't have that. Iteration. We have that, but in some other sense. Iteration, for loops, arbitrary unbounded memory access. But is this it? No, is this mathematically it, you know? Makes a language Turing kind of esoteric language which strives to be correct while uses the fewest most elements. Brainfuck is perhaps the best known tar pit, but there are many. IOTA and YOT are functional languages with 2 and 3 symbols respectively. Oh, okay, based on the Y Combinator, okay. I mean, that could be actually useful to make a Turing complete language. It's based on... In general, for an imperative language to be correct, it needs a form of conditional repetition or conditional jump. Yeah, because on the machine, because you have the Turing machine, then you have to while on some condition you have to a way to read and write some form for lambda calculus. Yeah, this kind of idea. So technically, the minimum we need to do is while condition, you know, because this read and write from some form of storage. Can be done with nodes. This can be done with nodes. The node can access some storage and then can read and write to this. Okay, interesting. Universal IOTA. Universal IOTA combinator I has the IOTA has the very simple structure defined using the notional semantics. This is just a combination of lambda. One can recover using SQL. Okay, but I mean, yeah. So we need loops. We need loops. Other things can handle, and then if we make it Turing complete, then we can make actually a Turing machine, which would be nice. This would be nice to showcase the Turing completeness of the node engine. And then if we make okay, yeah, for Turing complete I won't really care about that much, but yeah, for PyTorch functions I would kind of make another stream to handle some specifics in the PyTorch functions area so we can load stuff. And one more thing I promised, maybe just on lead code, maybe to solve this one problem where just so we a little bit stretch a bit. A robot on an infinite xy plane starts at a point 0, 0 facing north. The robot receives an array of integers, commands, which represents a sequence of moves that it needs to execute. There are only 3 possible types of instructions: -2, turn right, forward k units at a time. Some of the gray squares are obstacles. At some point, if the robot runs in all, it will stay in the current position on the block adjacent. It will stay in its current location on the block adjacent to the obstacle and move on the next command. Return the maximum squared Euclidean distance that the robot reaches at any point in its path. If that distance, what do you mean reaches? Oh yeah, okay. It can be obstacle 0. If that happens, the robot will ignore the obstacle until it has moved off the origin. However, it will not return due to the obstacle. Okay. North. Okay, just a simple problem. Commands. Yeah, answer is guaranteed to be less than this. Okay, just a simple problem. Obstacles are what? Obstacles are 10 to the 4, and then you have 10 to the 4 obstacle, which are just these numbers, you know, like so we need to make a check if we need to make sets are very slow, so I'm going to use map to check if there's an obstacle. Obstacles, OBS, make pair. And then I need to follow the commands. I need to see the direction, current direction. Which is the why is the current facing north? Okay, let's see. And then we will need some. If it's facing north is what? So this is -0. Then you want turn right. This is 0, -1, 0, 1, 0, and then dy is 0, 1, 0, -1. And then you want to look at the commands. Int x is 0, y 0 as well. Int new x is x plus dx at direction dir if commands at I minus turn left, turn Scheiße. Facing north. Does facing north mean? Yeah, north is in plus y direction. Oh, Scheiße. Plus y direction. Okay. East, so north, then east is in plus x direction, then minus y direction, then this, then plus west. Okay, then if I do that, then this turn left, which is this plus 4 minus 1, 4. Else if command set eyes minus 1 this plus 4 plus 1 4 oh yeah, you just this is just turning on direction, and then you just have this, the new direction, and then you have this. Okay, and then you have if, and if there is some obstacle in this position, right? Obstacle, and make pair of nx and y, then you kind of skip it. If not, you x is nx, y is ny. If there is an obstacle at position, yeah, you don't care about this first position, right? So okay, and then the Euclidean distance int result is 0. Result is max result, and x plus x times x times x plus y times y, right? Return result. Scheiße. Yeah. Make pair has, it's just this. What am I doing here? For position, yeah, of course, because this has to be, if this has to be many times, right? What is the sum of these rotations? Okay, it's 9 almost. Okay, if so, for I mean, we can make it even faster. This is we can check for some range, but yeah, I think it's good. Okay, so this is solved. I don't usually solve daily problems, but if I remember to solve daily problems, I kind of do solve them, just because it's fun. Okay, so we solved for today. Okay, this, then this. For now, it's cool. We have added the support for loops in the node editor. However, we do want to support support the execution of them, you know. This will be for another stream. Thank you guys so much for watching, and do not forget to just click the subscribe button. I do not have many subscribers, so it would be helpful to notify you guys if any other stream would come. Yeah, and there will be some videos on some papers and some other projects that I'm doing. There are, you can Google on Scholar. I have some papers, and also, like, I'm working on some other new papers as well, so be sure to check that out as well. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next stream.